Hello and welcome to United21 Season 28. We've got a little bit of a later start of the day for this one, but we've got the final games of the group stage coming up for you. Two lovely little best of threes where the stakes are doubled as it's both progression into the playoffs but also elimination for either team on both games. We've got the decider for Group D as well as the decider for Group C. Overall, you can see the current results in the closing games of Group A and Group B. Over on Group A, we've got Johnny Speeds and Adventurers making their way through. Adventurers, the winners of last season, who actually went up against Vipero, the second place of last season as well. That was a grand final repeat there in the decider match of Group A. Over in Group B, we have Kono ECF and Ents Academy making their way through. Now, the first game coming up is in Group D, which is that decider you can see over on the side. We've already got Cubics who have made their way through, but we've got one of Devils 1 and Laser Cats will be making their way through Group D. And in Group C, Inner Circle Esports, the new team headed by Sticko, has made their way to the top of Group C. And we've got one more team coming out of Group C, will be the winner of Brute and Dark Cloud Esports. So, the first game on the cards here in Group D, Devils 1 versus Laser Cats. We've already got the veto on your screen, so we can find out exactly what map we're going to be playing on. We've got Train and Ancient being banned out, a Nuke, an Inferno pick, followed by Dust 2, Anubis bans, and a Mirage decider. A lovely little map pull there, and we're going to not waste a minute as we head straight into Nuke here, the map pick of Devils 1. Polish side versus the Ukrainians. One of the most CT-sided maps in the pool. And we've got Laser Cats starting on that advantageous side. They're going to be setting up with 4 sets of Kevlar, kit, and dualies as well. Over on Devils 1, we've got 5 sets of Kevlar, but not an ounce of utility. They're looking to brawl out with the Glock, seeing what they can find. See them shifting in towards lobby, listening out for the step on the hut. They hear a metal step on towards that A site, and they decide to pounce on towards ramp. But Magila, a very fast flank anticipated by frontsider. Now look to swarm lower. Yaboku caught in a position he could not escape from. So a 2-man advantage for Devils 1. Have done well considering the lack of utility to take fights into this round, but they're starting to get separated here, taking isolated 1v1 fights, which Temple wins the initial, but fortunately, Brilu will find another. Peteru hunts down Magic's just Temple now. He's currently on 2 kills. Looking for that reload. Can't land a third, a frag. So that'll be Devils 1. Taking a pistol around there. We do have a quick technical pause as Yaboku has dropped from the server. Perhaps had some issues when he was sat down in towards Toxic. Maybe mouse wasn't working. Or maybe he was frustrated with not landing a shot, slammed his desk, or broke his mouse. Who knows? Issues with online Counter-Strike as the players are responsible for their own equipment. Either way, Laser Cat's going to be on a full eco here, I believe. We've got Temple, who's invested on the Deagle, thanks to the kill reward. Got 2 kills on the USP, that's $600. Means that he can afford a Deagle. Devils 1, we've got full rifles. 3 Galils, 2 AKs, handful of grenades. And would you look at that, Yaboku back in the server. See what Laser Cats have in mind for this full eco setup. They're going to be doing a lovely Astralis stack here in towards ramp, whilst Temple with this Deagle allowed to attempt some shots towards outside, and look at that, down to 1 point of health, and flames do spread to finish him off. I believe he was only able to fire off one single bullet there, but a nice anti-eco approach from Devils 1, looking to wrap towards outside. Can actually set themselves up for a bit of an ace split. I believe they may have stolen this exact strat from Monty, or maybe Monty got it from them. Not quite as clinical on the strat. Regardless, I take a free A site, splitting it from Heaven and Main. It's front sider late in towards the lobby. And look at that, the diligence from Laser Cats to get off that boost silently without making a step. Frontsider will hold those rotations in towards Squeaky, and he's going to find a quad kill. Lovely stuff. Yeah, it's a really diligent sort of anti-eco. You do see it is quite common on anti-ecos on Nuke for the T's to wrap outside to take long-range duels. One thing which Devil 1 did there was 2 in towards Heaven, 2 in towards Main. It's something which Monty, I believe, have perfected, and something they do quite often since Gizmy's took over as IGL. And with that split, they have a smoke which they can throw from Garage, which lands in front of Squeaky and Vent to make it much easier, but Devils 1 doing it with a much more limited utility in that fight. Laser Cats now going to be investing, but there's still a couple compromises with them down on towards MP9s. Devils 1 going to be taking secret control behind these diagonal smokes, a replenish smoke in towards Main, just to keep Laser Cat's attention focused towards this potential outside wrap. They've dropped at least one player down. Actually, Boku with this MP9 is just jump spotting. In towards double, spots a couple players out. That's the information which Laser Cats now need. Devils 1 aren't sprinting off the back of that information. They're still silent. They're wanting to confirm or consolidate any information towards Laser Cats. Instead, they'll just continue to creep in, and Yaboku, the element of doubt, he just sits and holds the angle, which the AK wins that fight every day of the week. Swanko, beautiful. Lurk here towards Red, holding down the secret rotations. Even finds a second and confirms the information and location of the last two players. Off the back of that front side is the confidence to run in towards ramp, knowing it's clear. And Devils 1 actually starting to try and hunt here. There's the last player spotted in the garage. And they'll remove every single rifle. Devils 1, a clean first gun round from them. They wipe Laser Cats off the board, but also preserve 3 of their own rifles. Another eco for Laser Cats. This time they're able to afford some upgraded pistols, some Kevlar. The loss bonus giving them some added benefits on this eco round. And again, Devils 1, they focus on the outside wrap, taking fights at long range, focusing towards heaven. Again, they work their way in with Yaboku. Gets curious. Spots the shadow. Swancoat spots a couple more. Will secure heaven control. They try and split this site. Eventually, Brulu will come in and deal with Magila. Swanku drops that bomb towards the site, preserves heaven control. Getting a little bit scrappy here for Devils 1 into the 3-on-3. A messy fight from Frontsider. The A1S, a wild spray on what is supposed to be such a precise weapon. Now Sawonko in a 1 versus 2. This will be a 1 versus 3 clutch. Fortunately, the health is low on these players and there's no kit in play. Drop a HE. It was just about won it. Denying that defuse. And waits out that molly. A 7-second molly. As it fades, still enough time to deny the defuse, and at that point there's not enough time for a second tap. The Devils won 4-0, but very costly round. Bit of a strange alert there, Frontsider trying to get down the vent, but completely misses it. Accidentally walks through the other side of the smoke, so a free pick for Laser Cats. But Devils 1 Fnatic. Just going to be sprinting outside to find 2, giving the advantage into the T's favour. But do they anticipate Yaboku? It's another heaven wrap. Oh, beautiful headshot, spots the shadow. Fnatic, it's a free kill. And Sawonko also found. Peter and Brilu. 2 versus 3. Bomb not in their control, not whatsoever. It's the other side of lobby that they need to try and find it. Peter successfully does the silent drop on towards the A site. This will definitely catch Nikiti off guard. Whew, Peter a little bit slow to spot that barrel. But a 2 versus 2, and the health on these Laser Cats players is abysmal. Really will be able to rush this plant down. The AWP strikes for the first. But Brilu still laser focused towards heaven, finds Yaboku. It's the 1 versus 2. And Magic eventually has to make a move, and that's when Brilu catches him off guard. Magic, with this AWP, we got another half investment from Laser Cats, but Magic able to afford a sniper rifle, just about. Somewhat of a hero investment. not landing the shots necessary. Again, Devils 1 continue their assault outside. This time, Laser Cats with this anti-eco, they're much more incentivized to go for an overload towards outside. And they're successfully picking off these Devils 1 players who weren't ready for the sheer numbers of Laser Cats. It's just Suwonko in a 1v4. Finds the first on Magilo. Deals with that flank. Alleviates a lot of pressure. The positioning for Laser Cats right now is going to be very difficult to deal with. That smoke at least gives him cover away from Magic's AWP to isolate this fight. And big peek in towards Credit to surprise Magic. Eventually finishes off Temple now into the 1 versus 1. 11 seconds to try and get this bomb towards the site. Runs out of bullets. Should just about have enough time to plant. Will be sticking it. Yaboku hesitant, just on 1 HP, does allow him to plant, and Suwonko can just reposition here. Picks up an MP9 of all weapons, tucked towards the empty vent. Yaboku taking his time, trying to clear these angles. A leg spotted. Suwonko, the 1 versus 4. Plays it perfectly. Laser Cats had an entire setup ready to stop him, ready to swing on contact, but one single smoke breaks it. They were playing on Magic's contact, right? And that smoke meant that Magic couldn't take contact. It allowed Suwonko to isolate those fights. If Yaboku perhaps had peeked up secret a lot earlier, he would have caught Suwonko on the side of the head. Massive round win there from Devils 1. These Cats breaking open the outside smoke. Devils 1 going to be taking ramp off of the back of the pressure. Yaboku will at least find 1 before falling back, but Fnatic again tearing off heads outside, finds a double kill. Devils 1 the advantage, setting themselves up for a bit of an A split here. A 2-man push back up the ramp, throws a spanner in the works, puts into the 2 versus 2. As the bomb drop needs to be recovered. Suwonko not clean. It's Fnatic now in the clutch, and Magila a big reposition. Lovely off angle here at the back of the ramp. Position now revealed. Big HE. Soften Magila up. Easy finish. 1 versus 1. Most likely position, but crosshair just off. Laser Cats will find their first round as Nicotine secures the 1 versus 1. Tactical pause as soon as they win 1 round from Laser Cats. Perhaps they've identified a weak point, something they were able to make use of in that last round, and that they perhaps intend to double down upon from this point onwards. Devils1 now setting up again to try and hit ramp, to try and catch a Boku off guard with a 1-for-1 trade. The Fam's only good for one. And a one-and-done spot. Gives Devil1 free access down towards this lower site. They'll deploy some utility on towards the site. Give them a safe plant. Magila the window, but it was held the entire time by Sawonko. But what a whiff from Sawonko. Magila finishes him off with an MP9 at that range, and now there's time for Temple to come in on this flank. But Devils1 are just about staying afloat. Pitoru finds a triple kill. Cats. I mean, this is a little bit of an awkward buy now. They are quite far down, but is this a half buy or a force buy or what? Because three of them have force bought. Magila, Yaboku, Nikiti have fully force bought. 1-for-1 as they decide to get aggressive in towards the lobby. But again, Devils1, they're happy just working. Heaven just working. Just wrapped around the CT spawn. Magila and Magic combined for a couple kills. Eventually, P3 trade. Now 2 versus 2. They flood out of heaven. Did he expect Temple to already be hiding on this site? We've got a minute to play with. They don't need to rush this plant. Be thorough. Be clear and thorough. They are not, as Temple denies the plant. But back completely turned to Sawonko. Perhaps didn't hear the second player down on towards the site. There'll be another clutch for the pole. Devils1 now going to be fully on rushing ramp here. Iboku this time is able to drop, but again gets traded, doesn't fall away after finding the first kill. Not far enough. Utility raining on in. Magila tucked into the right hand side with a hard clear from Brilu. Gives Devils1 the advantage, allows them to plant safely. And Lasercats may be looking to save already, calling off this retake. Now they certainly will. Devils1 absolutely storming ahead with this game 9-1. This is their map pick, but this is a CT-sided map. See another attempt at a heavy ramp play from Devils1 this time. The Cats are at least able to put somewhat of a stop to it. They've shuffled their focus from the start of this game. It was heavy outside. Now it's heavy towards ramp, and Devils1 started to piece that, or Lasercat started to piece that together with that outside push from Temple. Get some information as he's traded 1-for-1. Boku with the AWP. Lovely shot, but the reposition is certainly lackluster. Fortunately, Nicotine, nice little off angle, will deal with front side up. So Laser Cats are able to find their second in this half, but can they find a third? Will Devils 1 hit double digits before half time? Aggressive play now from Laser Cats outside. Nicotine Temple are going to find a quick couple kills. Magic and Magila combined. Suddenly it's Peter on 1 HP, and there you go. Finally, Laser Cats start to disrupt Devils 1, get in the face, and they take control of the round. But is it too late, as they're only able to post 3 rounds on their CT side of Nuke? So that will swap over. Second pistol round ensues. Devils 1 going to go for a double Julie's drop with a flashbang. 4 sets of Kevlar. A little bit of utility used by Laser Cats. Molly top side, top hut. Smoke towards Squeaky. And Peter is just going to dive through that smoke straight into the crosshairs and Nicotine. Off the back of that, Laser Cats get free passage down towards this lower site through the vent. 3 versus 3 as Temple Lurk finds little reprieve. Oh, front sider. Nice fadeaway as he finds Nicotine. Sits back, anticipates the push, allows time for Bullet and Fnatic get involved in the action. Another good trade. Boku in a 1 versus 2, tucked behind the new box. Single door is open. That'll make Devils 1 concerned about the possibility, but he will be hard cleared. Nabon can be stuck with no kit in play, but Devils 1 still find their 10th. Devils 1. Well, Laser Cats with this force fire, they're going to start working outside. Again, using their limited utility, but great weaponry in form of the Galils to take some aim fights on their terms, and good trades coming through off the back of it. Devils 1 in a 2 versus 4. They're going to group up and take the fights outside together. Search. Front side, I'm not going to find anything at the back of garages. 2 Laser Cats players just tucked behind red, but the steps heard. Front sider peeks out and equalizes the numbers. And then some. Beautiful headshot. Iboku will find Fnatic. Fnatic in a much more advantageous angle, but doesn't clear it. 1 versus 1, front sider, trying to find the timing on the peaks here. Iboku just had him pin. The Galil wins that fight, so 10-4. Laser Cats answer back with that force by and break the bank for Devils 1. Temple with the MAC-10 going to be accelerating towards lower, but shut down by an early rotation from Devils 1. A Deagle to the dome and a MAC-10 retrieved by Peteru. Lasercats instead start to now look at flanking and going on the outside wrap. The pressure comes. Devils 1 set their sights further towards lobby. Front sider. The mission of just holding this wrap, but Shadow spotted. Spot the Shadow Magila. Towards the railing. Magila will still clear the ladder though. Nicotine Magic. Find another two-man push coming in on that flank. That leaves Swanko, Fnatic. A couple of 5-7s tucked in towards Squeaky and Hut. Yuboku will creep down the ladder to find one and even gets the second. Swanko perhaps doesn't hear the step of Yuboku dropping onto the floor. Devs want full eco from them. We've got the USPs going to be stacking the ramp. A gamble play. A gamble play that's going to be found out as Magila accelerates in towards Hell. Full on wrap. The MAC-10 used as a scout. Lasercats are actually going to look to try and take down these pistol players. Walking straight into the stack, but dismantling it with little resistance. It's going to be Peteru tucked behind the Bish box. Eventually cleared. Finally, Devils 1 gets another gun round. And forced back out, but the utility is very limited, not a single incendiary. It's going to be a heavy brawl outside from Lasercats, and Magila completely catches Swanko with his trousers down. Towards main. Man advantage for the Ukrainians. Going to start accelerating here into control. Front side. Here's the steps, but a beautiful headshot from Nicotine. A nice wide swing. Peteru next up on the plate, but again, he can't find anything. All these fights from Devils 1 taken one at a time. None of them grouped up, none of them overloaded. Eventually, flank will come in, but at this point, I think Devils 1 should commit to the save. That they will, they'll escape back out of secret. Look to find a safe haven. Hold on to these rifles. Save from Devils 1 does allow them to go for another investment. We've got some more M4s back out. Front sider compromised down to an MP9. slow around from Laser Cats. Just waiting to see if there's any Devil's One aggression. Perhaps trying to anticipate or figure out what kind of investment the CTs are working with. Time goes by. Devil's One run out of utility. No smokes left, just one incendiary. I'll rethrow the diagonal outside smokes. Brilliant. Blow it open. Blow it open to Temple's face. See Brilliant anticipating, ready for this split. The flash comes in, dodges it, but can't dodge the bullets. The split from Laser Cats is pristine. Some beautiful flashes from Magic. The site capitulates. Laser Cats will find 8, making a comeback here. Devil's One on the defensive side of a CT-sided map, which they picked after a 9-3 half, have still only found 1 round in response to Laser Cats' 5. Devil's One going to be going for a bit of a semi-force buy with MP9s here. They've invested quite a bit on a couple of their players, but an MP9 investment nonetheless. Front side going to be hearing the steps rushing down towards him. Decides not to stick around, but as soon as he takes one fight, immediately domed by the superior MAC-10. Utility traded. The MP9's quick on the flank here towards ramp. And in the chaos, they're finding some ways in, but Magic and Medela again restoring order to this round. He's Fnatic. Oh, I was going to say, into a 1 versus 1. Just needs to land one headshot, but Nikiti will find that swing. Laser Cats up to 9, just 1 round behind their opponents. And finally, Devil's One have a gun round with full utility. For the first time in this half. We're 8 rounds into this half. 8 rounds. And this is the first time they've had a gun round with full utility. That CT economy is so unbelievably punishing. But at the same time, on their half buys, they have invested quite a bit. You know, going down to 1,500, you can't afford full utility on your CT side if you do that. No matter how much loss bonus you have. Gila just going to storm his way through. Nikiti the same. Nikiti finds a double even towards this A side. Laser Cats are just brawling outside and Devil's One are struggling to stop them. Laser Cats freeze with this man advantage. There's a minute on the clock. They can afford to spend some of that time sitting and waiting to see if Devil's One make a mistake. See if Devil's One give Laser Cats a way into closing this one and through the flank. Oh, a leg shot. An awkward angle. Temple will at least pick up the bomb and trade. 25 seconds left, front side creeping up the vent. Let's come right behind Iboku. Spotted into the 1v1, but eventually Iboku on top of the hut. Very difficult angle for frontsider to deal with. So we will have a tied scoreline 10-10 and a technical timeout called. Devils 1 able to squeeze out a force buy here, M4s and an MP9. But again, this is the buy that the Devils 1 have constantly been working with, they've constantly been losing with. They don't have the utility to work these slower rounds. Laser Cats again, slow. Holding for any pushes. Waiting to assess what kind of investment they're going to be working up against. Get another shift and crawl towards outside, but what a whiff from Temple there. Peteru back turned and Temple can't land a simple headshot. A wild spray is his undoing. Devils 1 finally working with a man advantage. Laser Cats group in towards Squeaky. They start to brawl. But a flank comes through from Fnatic. The MP9 doesn't find anything fatal, but lots of damage softens up these players for Peteru to finish off. Yuboku in a clutch in a 1 versus 3, and eventually Swanku would deal with him. So 11 rounds now to Devils 1. They finally post something on their CT side to put themselves back in the lead. Deny Laser Cats from overtaking them. Laser Cats still with plenty of money in the bank. Peteru, the opening kill, shuts down Magila. Laser Cats picking up the pace here towards lower, but this has been predicted red by Devils 1, who have a setup in place to deny. Laser Cats fall into the trap. Now Shiboku left in another clutch. Peppered down by Fnatic. We'll see Devils 1 finally meet map point on their pick. We actually have a tactical pause from Laser Cats to try and halt this momentum from Devils 1. Now that Devils 1 finally figured out how to win CT rounds. Laser Cats return to their slower pace. The thing is, this time Devils 1 now have a utility to work with a slower pace. Diagonal smokes thrown outside. Devils 1, no need to blow open these smokes, so they already have Brilu and quick rotation in secret. To get that information to confirm there's been no push behind it, behind these smokes. Say, hey, there's nothing outside right now. So Laser Cats have wasted a first wave of smokes. They're going to be throwing a second wave now. Setting up for perhaps a lower split with some pressure towards ramp. A flash comes towards outside. Brilu uses that to peek up and find two quick headshots. Frontsider here to defend this ramp. Laser Cats try and slink their way in. Frontsider will pick them both off, leaving Magic in a 1 versus 4. Devils 1 will eventually close out this map 13-10, but that was a 10-3 score line at one point. It's almost 7 in a row there from Laser Cats. Like, that CT side, it took a long time for Devils 1 to figure out exactly how Laser Cats were playing, but also Laser Cats kind of slowed it down. What was working for them was these brawls outside, was finding these mid-rounds, just catching them off guard and playing with no respect. And then eventually, once they got that lead, they started to respect their opponents and slow things down. And eventually, once Devils 1 had the utility, they could play at that slower pace. They could start to deny Laser Cats. And that's what got them over the line there. But that was the map pick of Devils 1. Going to be moving on to Laser Cat's map pick next in 11 minutes' time. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to United21 in this decider match of Group D between Devils 1 and Laser Cats. We're going to be moving over to Laser Cats' map pick here. Devil 1 just about managed to clinch out their own map pick of Nuke. So Devils 1 already a map up. Laser Cats now fighting for survival. They lose this, they'll be out of the tournament and forfeit their chance at playoffs. Laser Cats going to be starting a bit of a default here. Good flash coming in towards Banana, but somehow Magila, completely unblinded, will find 2 quick kills. Oh, Swanko on the fadeaway. We'll find one. The Julie's getting involved. Pizarro, quick headshots, equalizes the player count into a 2-on-2. Frontsider searches Banana, but the steps heard. Magic will have that information, can pass that across to his teammate. His teammate, though, Yuboku, just going to continue and rush down this plant on the A site. Nice and open for default. Even a smoke towards long to try and lock the CTs out. Gives himself a strong reposition in towards apps. Devils 1 not going to be waiting a minute. Accelerating on towards this A site. But no kit in play. No well-placed incendiary. And Molly will deny a potential defuse. Yuboku just needs to hold them off. A second longer. Swanko cannot win this round. So runs out looking to try and save his Kevlar. Devils 1 going to be attempting the second round force buy. I have 5 NP9. Swanko, either not a fan of the Famis or prioritising making sure we can get an incendiary out. Slow start on this round from Laser Cat, just checking, holding for any potential pushes from Devils 1. Oh, well-placed HE. The top mid-smoke starts to fade, HE plummets to soften up some of these Laser Cat's players, but they're going to pounce through that second smoke regardless. They don't follow through up on towards short. P3 just keeps them at bay, but the MAC-10, a clean peak incendiary. The CT incendiary is so bad. It's such an awful grenade. There's no space, doesn't spread whatsoever, and therefore the swing from the MP9. The SMG can come out wide. Fnatic now left in the clutch, a 1 versus 2. The trades have come through upon the site. Bomb planted. Smoke on towards the site will give them plenty of cover. Fnatic, though, will actually use that to grant himself an off angle. Already on 3. Now looking for that 4th to seal this round. Boku just going to be tucking towards the site here. Good adjustment. The AK wins out that fight. Laser Cats find their second. Devils 1 going to be on a full eco here. Laser Cats. Against next to no utility will freely take banana control and some nice HE set up to find that first pick onto Brillu, but they neglect the possibility of a second player towards CT, and these 5-7s come out swinging. Quick headshots, giving them a heavy advantage, and the AK even picked up. Looking to try and swarm on towards Magic. He's only good for one. It leaves Nikity in a 1 versus 3 scenario. The minute on the clock does have time. Choose how he wants to play this one. Just going to choose to go towards A, where Fnatic lies in wait, the only player without a rifle. Fnatic sits in a nice advantageous spot in towards Apps. Nikity searching for just the one frag to open up the possibility in this round. He's actually going to go all the way around towards long, but Swonko, it's a nice off angle, gets him low, but Swonko can't finish him off, but Peter will be there to do the job. Devils 1. A full eco with 5 7s. Shut down Lasercats. Despite Lasercats, again, they take all of banana control. They get the HE in towards CT, but the lack of discipline there. They find one kill and they all start running in without clear conscience. Clear consideration of the extremities. Now Lasercats are going to be the ones forcing up Tech9, Kevlar, even a UMP on Temple. Fast util towards long. A well-placed molly will soften them all up. And Peter, well, doesn't quite have a field day, but just shuts them down, funnels them in towards short, where another incendiary sits at their feet that they have to fight their way through. They're unable to push through, already softened up. So Yaboku is isolated out in front. And easy pickings there for Swonko. 2 players picked off by Lasercats. Or by Devils 1, sorry. Lasercats now with only 3 start to shift towards B, hoping that they can at least have a man advantage in the fight on the site. Peter, having already rotated, is in position front sider, playing towards the extremities. No utility to try and flush these players out, or at least block them out. But fortunately, the Tech9 gets the better of front sider. That means nothing when this rotation can come freely from CT. Lasercats now on a full eco. Force bite. Didn't find any success, so now they're going to have to save up to afford the rifles. They are at the very least just going to be sitting back and waiting. See what move Devils 1 choose to make. I'm going to go for a last minute, well, not really last minute, a late swing on towards Banana, but a firing squad just mows them all down. Voodoo with the triple. Another slow round from Lasercats. Kind of pace you come to expect here on Inferno. The T's on a smaller map have the time to be a bit more diligent, to not rush things. The distance between their contact points is shortened. slowly, with their utility, push back the CTs. They've taken mid-control, taken banana, but lost the play in the process. BO3 finds one on towards Magic. A man disadvantage for Laser Cats. Going to be an execution on towards this B-bomb site. 1-for-1 trade on the initial engagements, but eventually these players are flushed out. And even the rotation caught through the smoke. Again, just goes to show how teams on Inferno can afford to just play this slow game. By playing a slow game, the CTs are less likely to search for information, knowing that you're waiting. And when the CTs have less information to work with, the Ts can just execute on towards this B-bomb site. You can pick apart that defense. Again, another slow approach from Laser Cats. They work banana control, they've pushed Devil's one back off of the B site. But again, BO3 finds the pick as Laser Cats try and work mid control. Now with that pick, but also mid control cleared by Devil's one, it means they can rotate an extra player away from A to bolster this B-bomb site, knowing that a B site here is most likely. The utility, the molly is going to be raining on in. The incendiaries will stop Laser Cats at the door. 20 seconds left. It may be another save for Laser Cats. Laser Cat's going to be forcing up here off the back of the two saved rifles. Tech 9 and Mac 10 may be incentivized to start working towards apps. BO3 attempts another opening pick, but Gila just about gets across the angle. Laser Cat's a change up here. Rather than pressure towards B, they're going to start searching towards A. Pressure up towards short, but it's an Apps pot where the real point of contention lies. So Wonko in towards the pit. An ever-present threat is good for 2. Eventually dealt with. Petru has to try and stay alive on the site, but instead he falls, overwhelmed the AWP. Struggling in those close quarters positions. So a 2 versus 2. One attempting this retake. A good swing from Brillu to find Magic and gets the informational temple as well. 1 versus 1. More than enough time for frontside to defuse as Temple forced a wide swing off of a closed off bomb plant. Devils 1 are going to be able to collect a 5th. Bit of a half investment here from Lasercats and Magila on the AK. Hero rifle Magic has fully bought up. Going to be setting up for a bit of a B pop, a B contact. As soon as they take contact, they sprint in. Front side, a good angle to find Will. I was about to say 2, but it's Brillu who steals 1. Still, man advantage for the CTs. They allow this bomb plant. Magic, beautiful headshot. A good trade. Puts it into a 2-on-2. Rifles also retrieved now for the Lasercats. Fnatic into the 1 versus 1 as he finishes off Temple. Yuboku in towards the site. Fnatic eventually spots him out towards the side of the pillar. Will find the headshot. Another clutch coming Fnatic's way. Devils 1 up towards the 6th. Magic. Big pick there. Finally able to afford an AWP despite forcing in the last. Find Fnatic. Gets revenge in the previous round. So man advantage for the Ts. On Inferno, it's so hard for the CTs to react when they're down a man. You're often going to be seeing gamble stacks. So Wonko's at least able to clear out apps. Devils 1 will stack towards B quite heavily, but the thing is, plenty of time on the clock. Lasercat's going to turn around. Swonko in a position to jiggle, spot them, bottom of banana. Start to hear them accelerating. We'll drop a well-timed incendiary to keep them at bay. But, oh, it's a CT incendiary, so it's absolutely awful. They'll just force their way through. Fortunately, Peter is quick on the rotation. Temple's lurk over towards B is dealt with, so man advantage swaps over. Swonko dancing in the pit, but only finds another one. He's bought time and space for Peter to get involved. Still, the man advantage is maintained for Devils 1. Front sider. Will just swarm. Magic is unable to reposition out of default, so Devils 1 continue their winning ways up to a 7th. Even just spending that little bit extra time to pick up pieces of utility here. Even they've got more than enough money, they won't need to worry about the odd grenade. But the diligence is good to see. Again, Laser Cats are going to be setting their sights on an early A hit. So the last round they had success was one such as this. They're going to be fading this top mid smoke, but again, P2, oh, he spotted the elbow. Surely, I think he spotted that shoulder. Going to fall back to the next off angle. Two-man app setup has been spotted, has been found. Nicotine plays to contain in a beautiful wide swing. We'll find two. P2 still alive and kicking towards long. Devils want to have the funds to go for this. There's no reason for them to save. There's 2 rounds left in the half. They might as well retake. Beautiful pre-aim. Magic goes down. Not involved in a setup. Not playing off his teammates. Free frag for the CTs. But Nikiti looking for this ace now onto a quad. Denied the ace, but Yaboku will trade. Again, Laser Cats finishing on A early. They find their success. We're just fading that top mid smoke, contacting as far up as they could. Again, Laser Cats loving to use these HEs towards CT. Devils want playing such a passive game here on Inferno, especially towards Banana. Often relying on their B site setups. Therefore, Laser Cats have the freedom to take Banana and drop those HEs in towards CT to soften up Brilu. Again, for Laser Cats, they've taken Banana control. They're going to be gambling heavy towards A with their set piece, but Devils 1 have an early rotation in play. Doesn't matter though. Temple will destroy Peteru. Will they expect Brilu to be sat here hiding on towards the site? Is this A split comes through? Swanko only good for 1. Brilu eventually activates. Will eventually find 2, but a teammate has been dispatched of on the site into the 1 versus 1. Frontsider has Magic pinned. The incendiary will prevent the peak coming through. Frontsider knows Magic is pinned on the site, but the headshot angle favours the T. A 7-5 half. Honestly, very dominant from Devils 1 throughout most of it. If you disclude Laser Cats' pistol round win and conversion, it's been mostly a Devils 1 half. Despite this being Laser Cats' map pick, it's those last 2 rounds where Laser Cats kind of found that winning formula, hitting that A site. Gives them a competitive scoreline. Another pistol round. This time, Devils 1 early in towards Banana. Flash will push back Magila. Counter flash. Completely stop Devils 1 in their track, but Brillo, unblinded, will use that as an opportunity to sprint through in front of his teammates to finish off a blind Magila. Temple dinked down. Oh, hello. Temple's going to find at least 2, but Peter Root comes in to finish off the job. Bomb planted, 3 versus 3. Early flank coming in from Laser Cats. Actually, his player's going to be finished off its front side now. Left in a clutch, dancing towards New Box, but it was only a matter of time. Laser Cats are going to be finding their 6th. Devils 1 going to be forcing up after that bomb plant. They'll have Mac 10s in hand. A lovely opening pick there from Nikiti. The face smoke at the bottom of mid gives him cover and he'll line up the spam. A1S to get the opening kill of this round. Laser Cat's working with heavy map control, especially here towards Banana. Devils 1 with their utility going to be executing on towards this B bomb site. Clearing the boost. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's only good for 1. So 3 versus 4 bomb to be planted. But again, it's still 2 Mac 10s and a Tech 9 to try and defend the C4. Not made any easier with Nikiti's flank coming in, denying Banana control. Putting Devils 1 in an awkward spot. Utility comes in to eliminate a lot of these hiding spots, and the Mac 10s at range struggling until Frontsider comes involved. Fnatic with a Tech 9 will mow down 2. Hello, Devils 1. A quick response. They find the second round break on towards Laser Cats. With the bank broken for Laser Cats, they are going to be forcing up here. We're going to be seeing a couple MP9s, a couple 5.7s, MP9. Magic keeping a little bit of extra in the bank so we can get the sniper rifle out nice and early. Devils 1 going to be clearing out Banana. Secure and control. Laser Cats stacked up towards A. Temple at least able to get one through the edge of the smoke, but Laser Cats, the rest of the players, they gamble stacked A. They're not in a position to rotate to support. A 4-on-4 retake simply not happening. So Devils 1 getting their way up to 9 now. A 3-round lead. 4 rounds away from eliminating Laser Cats and securing their own place in the playoffs. Going to be ecoing with the saved 5.7s, MP9 and Kevlar, brought up in the previous round. This time they're going to be leaning much heavier towards B. Seeing Devil 1's current anti-eco approach of working Banana, setting up for an A-site execution. Now, if this execution is good, there'll be very little way in which Laser Cats can actually stop Devils 1. The mollies land in the right spots. The CTs will be flushed out. HE to blow open the smoke. They'll force their way through, but realising quite quickly now that it's a stack, they're going to disengage. They've got 30 seconds to get their way towards this A site where only Magic sits in position to try and delay with nothing but a USP. Swanko will cut off the rotates towards long. Magic hard cleared in the mini pit, the A site. Safe bomb plant. Yuboko and Temple likely going to disengage to try and save. Yuboko still with Kevlar and picked up AK. Dropped by Brilu. Couple saved weapons does allow some extra utility invested as Magila wielding that MP9 can afford more grenades. Boku as well with that AK and Kevlar saved up. He can drop over an M4. Magic, of course, prioritizing that AWP. The smoke towards the top of mid will blind him. Push him back. They're going to be using that MP9 to secure banana control rather aggressively. Deep molly will come, but the AK will be what will clear him out. Quick headshot from Bulu. At least Temple is there to trade the incendiary. The molly not pushing him off the angle enough. 4 versus 4. Again, it's an awkward spot for Laser Cats to be in. excluding the fact that Temple does have banana control. Wally will push him back. And the solo defender, he falls here. And that's round done. Devils 1 will have the B site. Laser Cat's gambling a rotation early on. Swanko contacting in. Does he clear this angle? Yes, he does. Clean headshot. Smoking towards CT. Yaboku next up on the plate reveals his location. Devils 1 though taking their time. The site, little do they know, is open. And the smoke actually prevents that incendiary from denying the plant. Peter, who shuts down Yaboku's attempt at spamming the bomb planter. A 4 versus 2. Laser Cats. Again, I fear this is another save. Even if Nicotine can get out of that. Magic with this AWP. Instead of posting up towards mid, goes towards banana. Again, Devils 1 utilising this top mid smoke to prevent the AWP picks on middle. So Magic changes his approach. And he will give Laser Cats an opening pick. Crossfire established here from Laser Cat's utility, deployed to flush them out. Well, the crossfire is beyond successful. Nikki T and Yaboku will mow down 3, leaving Brilu in a 1 versus 4. Now, Devils 1 will be buying next round, so Brilu could save here, but maybe incentivized to try and do as much damage to the Laser Cat's economy as possible, as they do not have the funds themselves to reinvest. Not effectively, at least, and he's found the perfect angle to slip through in towards long, but it is being watched by Temple at range. Tight pixel angle in towards the arches. Brudu won't clear it, so Temple will spot him out. The Laser Cats can divert their attention from the site over towards long. Brilu will commit to the save in boiler. That round gives the Laser Cats an opportunity here for full healthy investment. You can see full belt of grenades on every player, 4 kits, 4 rifles plus the AWP. Magic can be posting up in towards apps. This time Devils 1 set up with a bit of a spam. Does soften up these 2 apps players. Not out of control. Now in the There's a smoke thrown from the top of sandbag, something Bulu perhaps should have seen the trajectory of. Laser Cats relinquish banana control. They've pushed all the way back and towards the extremities of either site. Back lanes of A. Inside the site of B. Laser Cats working with very little information at this point. Thing is, Devils 1 working with very little time. 20 seconds on the clock, and Devils 1 will accelerate on towards this site. Magila spotted, can't quite find cover behind the pillar. 15 seconds left. Temple flashed through to try and deny, but Brilu has him spotted and will deny the bomb to be planted. 4 versus 3 now, as Devils 1 secure this B bomb site. And I was about to say, Brilu almost gives them an opportunity into this retake, but no, he's still fighting. Still a man advantage, and Laser Cats will choose to save. Devils 1 going to be finding themselves up onto 12. One round away now from victory here, Devils 1. Laser Cats took too long to find the successful avenue of approach on the T side. Now onto the CT side, and Devils 1 seem to get the better of Laser Cats by thin margins. Those thin margins count as round wins, and they add up. Smoking towards CT, sees no reaction from Laser Cats. Over on B, relying on Magic's AWP. Struggled to really get involved in many of the fights so far with the snipers. Found the odd opening engagement, but beyond that, it's been quite quiet. Laser Cats crossfire established here at the top of mid, but it's traded. Temple pushes through on the edge of the smoke at the well time to find 2 kills. Again, these mid takes from Devils 1 being shut down by Laser Cats' strong, persistent hold. Seconds left. Brilu should just save. Again, his teammates will be buying up next round. They have enough. So by saving this AK, this Kevlar, worth more than the 1400 he'd receive if he died. Again, Devils 1 look to try and take banana control. Laser Cats, their adaptation, relying on magic here with Yorp. They've at least Laser Cats made an early rotation to try and bolster this B-bomb site. 3 players in potential ready to defend. Utility will come through. Magic blocks the smoke. Creates a large bulge for the CT to actually walk their way through and edge behind the smoke. But Magila goes down instantly, holding a very forward angle over the back of Oranges. Temple will at least pick off 1, make that 2 over the top of this smoke. Looking for more, but Fnatic picks him off as he tries to fall away. 24 seconds left, this bomb will be planted. And the HE could have been enough to deny, but it's not close enough. Bomb is indeed planted, but Magic picks off the planter. So disadvantage here for Devils 1. Laser Cats, they have to retake this. No saving now. The Incendiary tries to spread in towards Pool, but it's not enough. Frontsider activates. Swonko still in the pit. The question is, do they expect it to be clear? Now into the 1 versus 1, and Magic pulls it off. One last shot to give Laser Cats that 9th, but it's down to a wire. Just 35 points of health. That's all that Magic survives on. Triple HE stack in towards Banana. Devils 1 finally on an eco. Working with Tech 9's Mac 10. Again, they're going to take Banana control. And again, Laser Cats playing not in Banana whatsoever, playing towards the site. Swing comes in, they're going to accelerate behind this utility, getting in front of it, and what an opening from Swonko. Dinks Magila, man advantage now for Devils wanting to get this bomb planted. This is an eco, bear in mind, for them. Tech 9s and a Mac 10. They've taken the B site once more. Laser Cats try and set themselves up for a retake. This time they don't have that banana flank to assist them. They're all going to have to come in through CT. At the very least, they have Rune's control in their hands, but a well-coordinated swing from Devils 1. A pack of 3 swarms, and now crossfire established between Ruins and the site. Leaves Nikiti, and he will be overwhelmed too by the Tech 9 Swonko, at least with a quad kill to close out that one. Devils 1 will steal Inferno 13-9 as they 2-0 Laser Cats, putting Laser Cats out of United21 Season 28. And that will be Devils 1 making their way through to the playoffs in 2nd place of Group D. Now, we do have another decider match for you, the decider match of Group C. As you can see at the bottom left of the screen, it's Dark Cloud versus Brute. That's coming up in just 30 minutes time. So we'll have a quick break, stick around, make sure you get hydrated, have a snack, grab some food, whatever it is that you need to reset, but make sure you come back in 30 minutes time for that all-important decider match, the last match of the group stage. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to United21 Season 28. We just saw the deciding match of Group D earlier this morning, and that was Devils 1 taking it over Laser Cats, meaning that to conclude Group D, we got Cubics topping that and Devils 1 in second place, with Laser Cats and ESC eliminated. We're going to be moving on, though, to the decider match of Group C. As you can see on your screen, the overall brackets here for the group stages. Group A and B already concluded. We just concluded Group D, but Group C is the one we've got left, where Inner Circle managed to top it as they managed to beat Lil Mix and then Dark Cloud. Lil Mix eliminated as they lost to Brute, and that leaves Brute and Dark Cloud in this decider match. Again, the final match of the group stage. Loser is out in the groups. The winner secures that very last playoff spot. So if you want to have a quick look at the veto, or we can, in fact no, we've got the playoffs, we can see the bracket. So the winner will be going up against Conan. We've already got Johnny Speed's Devils 1 up in that top. On the lower half, we've got Inner Circle, Ents Academy, Cubics and Adventurers. Looking like quite an interesting sort of array of teams here in United21. If you want to have a quick look at the veto, we can have a see which map these teams will be playing on first and foremost, which will be Dust 2. You can see Inferno, Nuke, banned out. Dust 2 picked by Dark Cloud, Anubis by Brute. We then have Train and Mirage being removed, leaving an Ancient Decider. So a nice assortment of maps, some of the more recently added maps to the map pool, excluding Train, of course. So it'll be an interesting battle to see. Looking at the history of these two teams in last season, at the very least, I don't believe Brute played Season 27, but Dark Cloud did, and they didn't make out of groups. They came third place in Group B at Season 27, so they're looking to make a marked improvement here at Season 28. If they're able to take down Brute, then they'll secure themselves a nice, healthy place in the playoffs. Now, Dust 2, a little bit more of an even map here. I always used to say Dust 2 is a bit of a coin flip, although now with that new box added up on towards short, it does give the CTs a few more options in that mid-round. It's no longer just a free-for-all about who gets those opening picks. Instead, now there is a little bit more mid-rounding possibilities from the CTs. But that being said, it's still a map which does, you know, have those tendencies on that T side to play very spawn based. We are just waiting for the players to ready up on the server, so we'll be waiting just a quick second before they're ready. But just a quick look at their history on the results, at least for Season 28 in this group so far. Dark Cloud had well, they actually played Brute in the opening game, actually. I've only just noticed that one. I don't know how I've missed that. Dark Cloud versus Brute was their opening match, and that one Dark Cloud took 2-0, and that was a very similar veto. It was Dust 2 Ancient Mirage rather than Dust 2 Anubis Ancient, and Dust 2 did go the way of Dark Cloud, so it's not a good sign for Brute if you're heading into this one, especially knowing that Ancient is still there in the veto, and also knowing that Anubis is going to be a difficult one. If it's your pick, you're going to be starting on that weaker side of the most one-sided map in the pool. But yeah, 13-7 in favour of Dark Cloud. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of a repeat here. But again, in MR12, anything can change based on the pistol rounds. It's one of the things which I've noticed more and more often. Half the games I watch nowadays are a case of one team will get demolished and be set back by the economy in the first half to only lose a pistol in the second, and that's game over. But we're about to start the game. It's not going to be game over just yet as we head into Dust 2. The pistol round going to be kicking off as we see 4 sets of Kevlar, sorry, over on Team Brute. We've got Warden with the dualies, a Flash as well on Nikolai. Over on Dark Cloud, 4 sets of Kevlar themselves, but it's a smoke and a Molotov on Darsheville. Going to be creeping in towards lower. Working their way silently through the mid doors. Team Brute currently not set up for it. They're actually in quite a default spread for a CT pistol round. Leaning a little bit heavier towards A. Smoke and the molly used in towards mid. Seiko needs to try and find a couple of headshots here to thin this herd before Dark Cloud close the distance. It's too late. Dark Cloud to up in the face, and they found the frags. In fact, Seiko's just dived straight through the window. And off the back of that has allowed for the fight from CT to come through the smoke. So a 2 versus 2. Adrian and Nami left in the clutch. Nami at higher risk playing at the top. In fact, it's Adrian at the top of this window. Leaves Nami in the clutch, but won't land the headshots necessary. So Team Brute successfully retake that B bomb site. I'm not sure how Seeker was able to get 2 there, considering he whiffed so much. They were able to get so close, and then somehow just committed to that fight through the window and killed the players who weren't looking at him. I don't know how he managed to get away with that. But fair play as it goes. Team Brute will fully invest. Dark Cloud do the same. As they get the bomb plant, they're going to be going for a force, 2 rifles, 2 MAC-10s, and a scout. They're going to be sending fast pace up towards long, but very good counter utility allows them to. But Judy has something to say about that with a spray down on his Galil. The 2 MAC-10s dropped, the 2 rifles still in play for Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud will shift through long and creep their way behind this cross smoke on towards the site silently until Adrian takes contact, and he will strike with full force as he finds 2 on short. Leaving Warden left to likely save here. Dashville will try, or Warden will try and attempt a little bit of an exit kill, but he'll get away sound and safely. Dark Cloud able to upgrade 2 of the weapons to M4s. So that's a massive round to win there for Dark Cloud. Get themselves some upgrades, 3 players surviving, it's profitable, but also they destroy the economy for Team Brute, who, after winning the pistol, their loss bonus drops to 1400, and that's all they receive after 4 players fall. That save from Warden was imperative. He keeps the Kevlar and the MP9. Everyone else forcing up. Pistols, Kevlar. Vano on a scout. Dark Cloud going to be smoking mid, holding short, allows an army to work his way in towards the bottom of mid. Anticipates the plane towards lower. Dark Cloud, they take long. It's the same approach. And they're not going to respect that long smoke. They'll walk straight through it. Creeping all the way up. Vano will land a tag with the scout. Just about. Retreats in towards CT. The 5-7 at range from Wheels End. Don't find anything but water on the MP9. The jumping headshot towards Judy. Looking for a little bit more. Still jumping here at elevator. Forces Dark Cloud to have to plant safe. It means it's no longer open towards long. 3 versus 3. Dark Cloud may still give this a go. Wheels End. Shot found on towards short. Nami has to reload, tucked in towards the cover of the car. It's the 1 versus 1. Nami on such low health that there's no time on this defuse. No kit in play. Valen just going for damage here. Nami needs to get out of there as well. Will go down with the bomb. So Team Brute do some damage to the Dark Cloud economy, but again, they're the ones who have the economic troubles. Full eco for Team Brute. They're going to be contacting their way in towards long, see what they can find. Dark Cloud. Easy pickings for them. Receive a lot of damage, but no fatalities. And Real Zed. Let's get another look at the health of these Dark Cloud players. 31, 2, 15, 10. Only Darshville who's unscathed. And again, Dark Cloud will continue this mid-control. Leaving Nami towards lower. Smoking towards the mid doors. Molly on towards short to prevent any mid-aggression. They'll work their way up on towards short and they're just going to brawl out. 4 players swinging. Easy headshot on towards Sicko. Nikolai trying to tap down a range, but again, Dark Cloud just getting the better of Team Brute right now. Team Brute will try their best to save. Warden clutching onto this M4 over in T-Spawn. Dark Cloud have enough money to hunt. Clearing out this B-bomb site, but Warden has made his way safely in towards T-Spawn, so at least be able to keep that rifle. If Warden can set up this rifle for success, but it's Darshville with the AWP to find the first pick. Trade that AWP back over to Milky. Taking that pick based off of his spawn. And Army, the solo player, into the tunnel, spots out a 2-man push, disengages, chooses to give up map control. Prioritize his life, prioritize his advantage, especially knowing the financial situation of Team Brute. Doesn't want to give this M4 an engagement. Allow his teammates to just accelerate towards short. Up against the pistols, and now it's just Warden left alone again. And Nami rewarded for his patience, rewarded for his composure with the final 2 kills of the round. I know. Cheeky little boost play there. Something which I think Nart out here must have posted about recently. I've seen that one before. Boosting behind the Xbox to attempt the pick onto the player jump spotting suicide. Double AWP set up now for Team Brute. There was a secondary AWP in play with Warden. Currently posted up, anchoring that B-bomb site. Dark Cloud, a little bit of utility thrown towards short. just to mask this round, make it still look like it's another default. And with Team Brute thinking it's a default, they're not going to push and go for these flanks and search for information. A bit of pressure now in towards mid, thrown from the lurk of D'Archeville. Obviously, these 4 players accelerating towards the tunnels, but Warden at range can just pick them off one by one with the scope weapon. Lands the first 2, but misses another 2, but it's the no scope to allow him to get the 3rd kill. Leaves Milky with 30 seconds left in the clutch. At least has utility to lock out these players. I say that, the smoke gives them free entrance, but it's Veno's AWP, the quick scope. Heavy AWPing round there from Team Brute. That's them their 2nd round. Bit more of a fast round here from Dark Cloud, accelerating out toward long. 1-for-1 trading in towards the pit, but with this AWP. The comfortability to take these fights at range, but Nami's still a threat on this lurk. Siko will hunt Nami, who's back currently turned. Siko has an idea. Oh, but Nami still wins it on such low health, finds the headshot. Giving himself a triple kill, and Dark Cloud a man advantage in this round. Team Brute, their last 2 players, will converge to try and deal with Nami. Look at this, so aware of his position, knowing that that's the likely position he'll be in. Swing again from Nami comes out really well timed, but anticipated. Warden picks up a rifle for this retake, deploys alert smoke to try and deal with the rival AWP of Adrian. Now just Veno in the 1 versus 2. Judy will peek off of Adrian's flash, and Dark Cloud secure a 6th. This time Nami, the lurk, much more passive here, anticipating that tunnel's crunch to come through. His Team Brute going to be force buying up here. Veno still with that AWP, but we've got 2 MP9s in play. This MP9's used to take tunnel's control. Dark Cloud just pressure long, knowing that tunnels is forfeit and knowing that Team Brute are likely to hold on to that map control towards tunnels. It identify that long weaker, so they take those picks, give themselves a man advantage. More time smoke from Siko. Set up against the smoke and oh my goodness, Siko crouches and tries to spam him in the body. Siko, you've got to be landing headshots, my man. Look at the health. 10 points of health on 3 separate players. This MP9 about to have a field day. Even finishes off the high HP of D'Archeville. Leaves Nami in this clutch. He's already 12-4, hitting some stellar shots right now. It's a lovely spot here for the clutch. Headshot angle. Veno will crouch out beneath it. A good adjustment. Anticipating the reposition from Nami. So Team Brute do get their third off the back of so much damage done to Dark Cloud. That flank, that quick flank from Team Brute closes it out. Dark Cloud now going to be accelerating aggressively towards long, using a long spawn to take map control. Real Zen, good for one, but traded. Vayno, a wild spray will actually mop down 4 through the smoke. Massive round from the primary AWP. And that actually breaks the bank for Dark Cloud. And again, I mentioned in the opening game, Dark Cloud did beat Brute on Dust 2. But that was after a 9-3 half on the T side. We're now looking currently a 6-4, likely 6-5. Already Team Brute a marked improvement from the last time these two teams faced on Dust 2. Like that, Dark Cloud are actually forcing up, taking short control again. They've had a lot of success early on of just brawling out of short. Taking the fights on their terms. Again, they're just deathmatching. They're just taking these aim fights and winning them. Good confidence. The HE's actually come through to finish them off. The HE's dropped in towards Spawn, leaves Warden in the clutch, but Nami has it held. Boost on Sui to try and allow Milky to deny a lower push, but Vayno with the scout spots the elbow and will tag Milky down low. Dashville receives a tag from that scout of Vayno, but Vayno in response receives a bullet to the dome. Dark Cloud start to shuffle over towards B. Nami is actually holding for this push. Quick adjustment from Warden. 2 kills into the CT side. It's a 3 versus 3, and Dark Cloud are now starting to accelerate here. Steps heard. So there's actually 2 players to defend this site. What a double peek towards Car. Massive double peek towards Car there from Dark Cloud. Adrian on the top box, from the top rope. So we'll see Dark Cloud with an 8-4 half. So I said it would be a marked improvement from Team Brute, but only 4. They lost against that Force by 2 rounds ago. Nami 15-7 with a 73% headshot. Struggling to put a foot wrong, it seems, on those lurks in mid. His job made easy by the success of Dark Cloud's opening attempts on the rest of the map. Second pistol round. Team Brute going to be setting themselves up towards long. They'll contact their way out. Dark Cloud choosing not to defend long. It's a difficult position to be in on the CT side on a pistol round. You don't have the utility to hold long. You're having to play to fall back. It's a longer way to fall back than it is for the T's to close down that distance. Now going to be smoking the cross. HE deployed to try and soften them up. Well, there's a flash, but the counter flash stops Darshville from going for that wide swing to find an opening pick. Instead, Seiko will find it around the edge of this smoke, which Team Brute will comfortably use to clear out the site. Despite it being smoke thrown from Darshville, Milky's flank coming in. Only having a relatively quiet game, but he's finished off by the player towards long, baited in perfectly by Vano in the pit. And that dink to Adrian should be the telltale sign for Dark Cloud to save a 2 versus 5. See Team Brute already hunting. Vano will just tap down the last player. Dark Cloud unable to save their pieces of Kevlar. Dark Cloud, a full eco, 5 USPs, shifting towards top mid and completely catch Warden off guard. He takes contact and then decides to whip out a HE. There's one player towards top mid with a USP. Where do you think the rest are? USPs will now swarm up towards short, looking to establish a firing squad, but at this range, the rifle's just getting the better of them. Adrian with a MAC-10. He can land cheeky double dink with the SMG. Net himself $600 would be very beneficial to him, but Nikolai, clean headshot, nets himself a triple. Do have a tactical pause coming out from Team Brute. Team Brute going to be taking long control here. Just a couple players trying to assume a fake, but the thing is the Warden doesn't last long at all. So Dark Cloud can clear that out very quickly, very cleanly. It means that Team Brute do not have that timing to react towards B, which looked like was their intention. Instead, they've just lost an opening pick and working with a man disadvantage. At the very least on this round, they've burnt a lot of utility away from Dark Cloud, who didn't have much to begin with. Very well timed smoke from Adrian. Prevent any potential pushes coming out of mid. Funnel Team Brute up towards short. Lovely bait and switch established on the site. Molly towards Goose. Missed its mark, so the crossfire still potentially to be established here, but two very quick kills. The drop in towards CT is beyond successful. Dark Cloud find only one kill after Team Brute just assaults short. Oh, Nami, what a pivot. You're catching all the timings right now. Team Brute closing down this scoreline. Just a one-round lead for Dark Cloud, but they're working with a half investment. Against pistols, Team Brute just going to be securing long control. Taking the fights at range where they can. Making this look like a standard anti-eco, as it seems. Which is so very common of teams just fighting towards taking long control and a slow, late execution. And it's pulled Dark Cloud fully on towards this A site. Leaving Warden here to re-smoke, to re-molly. To fully keep their attention. And oh, Nami. Nami's on a heater right now. But the thing is, Team Brute, they're just going to hit this B-bomb site. It's completely empty. It's very high-risk play from Team Brute there. Dark Cloud hadn't bitten down hard on that long hit. A little bit of resistance, but instead Dark Cloud going to flood out the doors, but there's three players lying in wait just holding that choke point. So Nami, who was coming on a potential flank after picking up the AK, will now just try and save the rifle. So Team Brute have tied the scoreline here again. This was an 8-4 half. Dark Cloud not really finding a way to make a dent here on the CT side just yet. But now they finally have a full investment where they've got utility behind their rifles as well as an AWP up on Milky. Boost going to be attempted here towards lower again. Milky doesn't see anything just yet. Still trying to get this AWP involved, but a tag received. Milky down to 5 points of health, and Team Brute are the ones with mid control. Dark Cloud now going to be focusing heavier towards the sites. Correctly adjusting heavier towards B. Adrian sits at the back box. Molly comes in. Will spread to him, and they line up, but only lands one dink. The dink's enough for Nami to finish him off, but Warden still with just 1 point of health is enough to pull Nami's crosshair away to enable that trade behind him. And that's it, Dark Cloud. Another save, another round for Team Brute. Dark Cloud are able to save these 3 weapons. They can probably afford another buy. Milky can definitely drop one over. GD will be able to drop a second. Have a full investment. I mean, Milky could probably drop 2, actually. A heavy lower play from Team Brute. Vayno just boosted up on towards Suicide, and he'll find another opening pick. Milky again having such a quiet day. 4 and 13 as your AWP on Dust 2. That's criminal. Triple negative right now on an AWP on Dust 2. This is an AWPer's paradise, this map. But Team Brute completely nullifying Milky. I found not 1 but 2 opening picks, and now going to be accelerating towards B, where Nami, currently the solo defender, tucked in towards Car, will be completely overwhelmed. HE blows open the door, smoke, but that's actually to Dashville's undoing, and Judy can't escape around the corner. Team Brute now on 10. Brawl towards long. 1-for-1 trade. Sort of 4 versus 4. And I always say that favours the T's. CT's 1 less player to cover the same amount of ground. Whereas the T's, they can pick and choose how they group up. CT's spread even thinner. Dashville actually lines up 2 in towards long, and that sets up Milky finally for a frag. Just about gets around the corner, posts up for another, but Vayno ready for him. A 1 versus 3, now 1v2. A lovely off-angle held by Adrian. Vayno not ready for it. Even if he was, I'm sure Nami would have been there in the trade. So Dark Cloud get their first CT round on the board, but not after Team Brute have already posted 6. Dark Cloud again, play heavy towards the extremities. Playing for long and playing for B site. For going short, mid, and CT control. Short control now in the hands of Team Brute. Minute on the clock. The 5 T's converge together. And we're going for a full execution here on towards short, but again, it's the same execute that they've played before, and Dark Cloud already, and finally Milky getting the momentum going. Perhaps overheats a little bit there with a peek on towards Vano. But a 1 versus 4. Vano pinned at the back of the site. Eventually hunted down by Dashville. A lovely adjustment there from Dark Cloud, right? They gave Team Brute all the control they needed for that short execution, but took everything else, meaning that Team Brute were basically like, let's go for a short hit. Because that's what Dark Cloud wanted them to think. And this time they were ready for that short hit, knowing that the execution follows a waterfall smoke down in towards CT. They have 1 player dropping in. Milky with the AWP posted up on that off angle. As long as that CT player, dropping player, is dealt with, it's easy pickings. And Nami now with a secondary AWP. Tags traded against Seiko. Adrian finishes him off with a headshot of all things. Ooh. So man advantage for Dark Cloud now. Now start to pressure middle. Dashville deploys the smoke just to maintain his life. Minute on the clock. Team Brute not committing anywhere just yet. They know with Dashville still alive, they can't exactly commit straight into the site. Gonna flash out towards long. Chudy dodges the flash, but doesn't overheat again. Choosing not to engage just yet. Instead, he'll find the timing to peek, and it's perfect to line up to the USP, even to finish off the third. In fact, Dashville to come in to support. Such good diligence there from Dark Cloud. They've realised that they need to be composed, pick and choose when they want to engage. Dark Cloud find themselves back in the lead and take their first tactical pause, actually. Team Brute reside on a pistol round for them. Desperate attempt at a B site hit here from Team Brute, but with weak weaponry, they're struggling to find their mark, find a way in. Only just the one kill on towards Adrian. Dark Cloud find themselves on map point. Dark Cloud starting to figure out a winning formula. There's a much more passive hold here, especially towards mid. Deployed Nami towards a window. Beautiful flick on towards Nikolai. Milky's AWP also engages. And now Team Brute are falling like flies. And a clean round will give Dark Cloud 13. Gets a little bit sketchy. It was an 8-4 half. And it went to 10-8, I believe. I had an incredibly close second half there. Again, it doesn't help out that Milky at 1.4 and 13. He was non-existent for that first half, but eventually he started to get going. But again, that's only map 1 of this best of 3 series, and that was Dark Cloud's map pick. We're going to be moving over onto Team Brute's map pick next after a quick 11-minute break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to United21. We're in the middle of an elimination match between Dark Cloud Esports and Team Brute. Or the decider match, should I say. Not an elimination match, it's decider. The winner going through to the playoffs, the loser eliminated from the group stage. Going to be moving on to Team Brute's map pick here, and Dark Cloud starting on that T side, going to be advancing in towards middle, but a trap laid by Team Brute, and they'll mow them all down. Team Brute off to a good start. This is much needed. As you can see at the top of the UI, top of the HUD, Dark Cloud already map up. They managed to win their map pick of Dust 2 13-10. Had a little bit of a scare in the second half. Team Brute almost made a comeback, but we're now moving on to Anubis. This map pick of Team Brute. But the thing is, Dark Cloud start on the T side of the most one-sided map in the entire map pool. So, Team Brute, not only are they mapped down, but they've got a steep hill to climb before they can start the easy descent. Going to be a little bit of an A-side pop here from Dark Cloud, who are forced up with the Mac 10s. They're going to go 1-for-1, secure the bomb plant and secure deep post plants as well. Smoke blocking towards camera as well as one towards heaven. They can establish a trap as Dark Cloud are setting their sight, or Team Brute should I say, retaking, coming in heavy through heaven, going to be waiting out the smoke, but it's been replenished. Going to make it very hard for them to break their way through now. Inferno will go first with this Mac 10 to try and buy time this MP9, and they're successful. They've actually managed to mow down 3, but 11 seconds on the clock. A kit in play, the health low, an MP9 from Milky, but he won't finish off Nikolai. So the defuse will come through. Team Brute just about successfully retake the site. The camera player taking contact first, trying to break apart that setup. That was pivotal. Normally, when you have a 3-1 retake, it's the players who can trade who take contact first. But instead, it's the player from camera who buys space for those 3 players to break the setup. Dark Cloud off the back of that bomb plant will afford a full healthy buy. Forcing into this one, looking to take control of the economy. They know Team Brute had to make full reinvestments. A slow start as per usual on Anubis. The T's able to just sit and wait the clock out to see if the CT's making mistakes and see if the CT's can burn some utility. But that A site hold, this A main hold coming in successful from Team Brute. They'll just mow them all down. 2-man hold in towards A main, find 2, the reaction, 2 in towards connector. They split water control. Dark Cloud again this time. Another pop, an attempt at popping on towards this B bomb site, but the site hold withstands. Only 1 entry found. Team Brute collect their way to a 4th. aggressive play from Team Brute, the fight in towards B main, but firing squad from Dark Cloud sit and wait, and they come out on top of the initial engagement. Dashville catches off the reaction from Real Zen. Warden will at least find a double killing towards mid. That sets up Vayno with a little bit more of a realistic possibility of winning this one. In a 1 versus 2 clutch. Dark Cloud going to be taking A main control and open bomb plant. I think Vayno's head spotted by Milky. Vayno just having Milky pinned here towards the site. Incendiary to try and flush him out, but the double swing is perfect from Dark Cloud. Vayno no chance. Dark Cloud get their first round here on Anubis. Dark Cloud early pop on towards this B site. A lovely opening on towards Real Zen. Vayno with the AWP will at least be able to respond with one, but he does get shut down very quickly. So man advantage for Dark Cloud. Post plant. A gap open allows Seiko and now Warden to pick off a couple players. A late rotation coming in from Nikolai. Information spotted. A pre-fire from Dashville try and set up Adrian for the clutch. The time ticking. There is a kit in play, but he doesn't get cleared behind the pillar. Traded. So Team Brute shut down Dark Cloud. A successful retake to get themselves up to 5. Now this may not look like a dominant scoreline, but on Anubis, this is incredibly one-sided. It's such a T-sided map, so when the CTs get 5 rounds, they're already good. 5 rounds is a good amount of rounds to be getting on the CT side of Anubis. So Team Brute are storming away right now. Dark Cloud, with that bomb plant, gives them some extra cash, the opportunity to fight back, to try and hold the momentum. Team Brute. 1-for-1 trade. Dark Cloud will slowly pick apart this B-bomb site. And it's very patient, very composed as they wait for the right time to strike. Vayno have to try and save this AWP. Dark Cloud actually able to break the bank a little bit here for Team Brute. Team Brute with this saved AWP, they're actually going to force behind it. Be able to get 2 FAMASs and 2 Deagles. Despite the dominant start for Team Brute, they've not had the opportunity to really build much bank. Inferno with that AWP puts it to good use. Finds an opening pick as he shuts down the rival AWP of Milky. Again, Milky was sort of a sore point for Dark Cloud on Dust 2 as the AWP going missing on the AWPer's Paradise. Things a little bit harder than they should have been. Zipko flashed out by that Molotov. There's nowhere safe for him to stand, so he falls victim to the spam. But Nikolai, lovely headshot. Maintain a man advantage in Team Brute's favour. Mid-round reaction as an A main push comes through. Darshville flanking in will find Nami. Now a 2-man advantage. Look at this flank from Adrian. Oh my goodness, spotted by Vano. He pivots on a dime. Adrian's going to be kicking himself after that one. Darshville at the very least has found a way in towards this A bomb site, but hunted down as the bomb is planted. Won't be able to find anything else. Bomb plant does give that extra cash injection. Dark Cloud may be able to pass with a force buy here. Dark Cloud are going to be able to squeeze out 5 rifles, but the utility incredibly limited. No flashbangs. Flashbangs which are essential for pushing off Vano from the angles with this AWP. It's currently sitting 11 and 2. Attempted boost over the top of the stair smoke. They do spot Sicko, but no engagement picked behind it. Aware of Adrian's position, going to be hunting him down. It's contacting towards B main, comes shoulder spotted. Adrian strikes, good for 1, looking for a second. Vano quick scope. In the meantime, though, connector has been lost. So Dark Cloud with a 4 versus 2 and the B bomb site in their control. On top of that smoke to try and lock out Real Zen. And this should be a save for Team Brute. Team Brute, a decision to be made. One singular saved weapon. The eco or force, it does appear to be the latter. Or the former. I think it was the former. The eco. Giving Dark Cloud an opportunity to find a fourth. But already, 6 rounds on the CT side of Anubis. It is incredible. Phil tries to take a fight, but overextends, and that allows Real's End to get involved with this AK. He's only good for 1. A bit of a whiff there, to be honest, on the second. So the AK drops. Warden, though, has found the timing and the space to get his way in towards Carpet. He can overwhelm Milky here, who has the AWP. Could be looking at something there, but no. Again, another whiff, to be honest. Not an easy shot in all fairness, but still. A whiff nonetheless. Dark Cloud now will begin to accelerate on towards this A site, but it is stacked the last remaining players, but it's all USPs. Going to be needing some heavy dinks. They do a lot of damage to Dark Cloud. Look at that, 9 health, 16, 22. Another slow start to this round on Anubis. Team Brute set themselves up for a pick towards A main. And a pick they will find. Again, it's Darshville to fall first. Off the back of this A main pressure, Team Dark Cloud will accelerate in towards middle, seeing it as an opening, but they'll force their way in towards this A site defense. They will trade out evenly, but again, it's Team Brute who have the man advantage. Oh, and Dark Cloud, they'll just split the attention of the retake coming in through heaven. Final round of the half. We've got a bit of a force buy from Team Brute, but Vano hits the deck. Darshville now a bit more passive outside of A main. And he'll be rewarded with 2 easy kills on the fast rotation from Team Brute. Dark Cloud collapse on towards this B site very early. Again, they set themselves up for a bit of default, but with those picks received, they're incentivized to speed up. You'll see a tied half, 6-6. So both teams level pegging in the second half. Do have a quick technical pause. Hopefully one that will get resolved as quick as possible. So, second pistol round. Dark Cloud going to be wielding double Julie drop on Judy and Darsheville. Over on Team Brute, we've got a P250, a little bit of utility sprinkled in. It's going to be a 3-2 split for the CTs. Team Brute setting their way up for a B split. And Vayner will find the opening kill on towards Milky. Judy accelerating towards B main, charges into the enemy's front. And he will shut down too. A very quick collapse of the Team Brute assault from Dark Cloud's defense. Team Brute going for a full eco here. Dark Cloud, an opportunity to grasp control of this map and of this series. Team Brute initially leaning heavier towards A, but a bit of util. They disengage. Don't need to react just yet. Saying that, they are starting to lose players. Oh, Nikolai crosses in the smoke. And Nikolai's actually going to get 2. Or Milky's going to get 2. Before Nikolai is able to punish. MP9 will close it. Leaves Seco running in towards the A site. 50 seconds on the clock. Took the long way in towards camera. Hoping that no one was watching. Darsheville, the nearest point of contact, and will double dink him. Darsheville caught asleep at the wheel. MP9 eventually will just about finish him off. It's only 2 players falling for Dark Cloud, but they stretch a lead up to 8. Dark Cloud in a 2-1-2 defense, blocking heavy towards A main. Team Brute themselves actually setting their sights towards A. Looking to contest for map control. But it's only the Famous and the MP9 actually defending A main. Two of the M4s focused towards B control. Reactionary smoke deployed. Dark Cloud disengage, but Team Brute follow through. A 1-for-1. This Milky caught in a 1 versus 1 here alone with B main, but he has successfully found the kill. Real Zen. Oh, that is not clean whatsoever. A big miss, a big whiff. Coming out for Real Zen, but he's still alive. He's still fighting and eventually finds one, but now he's alone. He's missed the opportunity. He had the opportunity to swing this round into his favor. We'll just get out-peaked by Judy. Dark Cloud now on 9. Team Brute on a half investment here. Tech 9s, and they're looking to accelerate in towards middle, setting themselves up for a split. Adrian is good for 1, but he backs straight into Darshville. They line up, allowing Nikolai to find the double kill. And that's the A site completely in the hands of Team Brute, unless Dark Cloud can force their way in before Team Brute set themselves up effectively. Not going to be the case. A massive fumble here from Dark Cloud. 2 players just sat in camera, backed up. So Dark Cloud will probably have to choose to save here. Team Brute getting away with murder. See all the bodies, the corpses. Especially Darshville and Adrian just sat in the same spot. On top of one another. He will just about keep his rifle in hand. So Dark Cloud could go for another force buy, but Team Brute, after winning an eco round, they can save all those rifles. They can build some bank. Brute using the double mollies, take mid control. Dark Cloud can't afford the utility to counter. I've done this flash to get proactive. Search for fights on their terms, but it's traded. Adrian sticks around a little bit too long. 4 versus 4. Darshville compromise over here on the A site on his lonesome. Relying right now on this flank from Judy. Which finds the perfect time to catch Nikolai. Team Brute now with a minute on the clock. They're going to feel forced to accelerate to speed up and hit this A-bomb site. Darshville is actually going to charge at the bomb planter and gives up the man advantage in an attempt to deny that bomb plant. Fortunately, the HE will finish off the work he started. Nami again with another kill, and it's AWP flick from Milky to close it out. Sketchy round there from Dark Cloud. The initial 1-for-1. It's a flank coming in from Chudy to give them that advantage, but then Darshville almost throws that advantage away. If it wasn't for that one HE to come in from Nami. It's Dark Cloud in double digits. Now, as mentioned before, Team Brute, because they won on pistols with the Tech 9 Kevlar buy with 1,500 left over in the bank. That's 1,500 extra they get to use here towards this force buy. Well, not Veno, he's not going to be able to get to use it. He's picked off by the opening engagement. Seiko, look at this, creep through the edge of the smoke and has found the timing to catch off the AWP of Nami. Secondary AWP dropped, and even the primary AWP, Sicko. When such a spanner in the works, and even gets a triple kill. He single-handedly cleared out this B bomb site. Just like that, one single play has shut down Dark Cloud, at least on this round. Adrian and Darshville should just look to save here. Adrian's sticking around somewhat for exits. Risk not worth taking, in my opinion. He's got the only M4. Darshville's more committed to save, and he's the one with the MP9. He has more to gain from getting a kill, so he could find an upgrade. Again, the double mollies in middle. This time, Dark Cloud have initial counter utility to try and block. And Seiko will just peek early. Team Brute confident, especially after such a massive round from Seiko. Should be traded by Adrian. Veno has to disengage here with the AWP. Real Zen. Real Zen leaving his mark on this round. And Veno with a no-scope will allow Team Brute to get up to 9. Now Dark Cloud on a full eco, just one flashbang to support 5 USPs. They're going to be the ones to actually find the first kill. Darshville will pick up that rifle and sprint away, but Nikolaj is here to hit all these steps. He goes completely unnoticed. Pulls out the full rotation. Dark Cloud used that flashbang to pounce on towards this B bomb site, but it's a site which Team Brute have very quickly fallen away from after Nikolaj cleared out the flank. So they can safely ferry this bomb to that empty A bomb site. Vano even cutting off those rotations. And finally, Nikolai is rewarded for all the information that he found. Allows Team Brute to tie up this scoreline 10-10. Round 21. Investment back out for Dark Cloud. Team Brute have managed to find stable footing on their offensive side of this map. What adjustments can Dark Cloud make to give them some sort of reprieve, some sort of way in? Team Brute setting themselves up for a split on towards this B bomb site, but the first prong of this split has been shut down. 3 kills in quick succession between Nami and Judy. They react to the connect to take utility by pushing forward in front of it, catching both players off guard. Now Vano currently pinned in towards T-spawn. Dark Cloud don't have the money to hunt. I'm actually paranoid about the potential of Vano finding a gap to have slipped behind them. There you go, he now activates. Looking to find a little bit more. Incendiary, and there you go, another kill. More damage, more economic reinvestments that have to be made. Even a third, won't find the fourth. So Dark Cloud removed that weapon, so no AWP for Team Brute on this one unless it gets dropped over, which is very possible and very likely. But in doing so by hunting, Dark Cloud now, look at the reinvestments that they've made. 2 Famases. Those would have been M4s, not even M4s, they would have been AKs. If Dark Cloud hadn't hunted so egregiously. Darsheville. He tries his best to catch that HE before it lands on the floor. He soaks up 51 damage. Running straight into its flight path. In on the lurk in middle of the moment. Team Brute setting up heavily. The A site. Adrian isolates one, the closest player removed, drops in smoke. Flash as well will halt Team Brute as they threw their first wave of utility. In fact, they threw all their utility on that execution. They lost all their grenades, lost the man advantage. The only thing they've gained off the back of that is real Zen with some forward ground in middle. Dark Cloud, I was about to say, surely should be aware of this being a possibility, but no. Relying heavily on their smoke. And now Warden has isolated Darsheville after Real Zen heard all the rotations coming through. This is all falling apart for Dark Cloud. To the 2, let's say 2 versus 2, but so now 1 versus 2 for Milky. The AWP in hand, time ticking, doesn't have a kit. Will pick off Warden, should now know of Vano's location. Can hunt him down with the USP, jumping across, but it's a no-scope from Vano. Puts himself up to 24 kills. And Brute tie themselves back up with Dark Cloud. A big blunder in the rotations from the Polish side. Dark Cloud going to be forcing up here. Bringing 4 MP9s and a Famous, but all fall apart. Except Adrian, who's going to find 1, but now 4 versus 2. Hell, okay, what the... Suddenly Team Brute are whiffing everything. It's now into the 2 versus 2, and Milky has dropped the bomb. Adrian, at the very least, is very low HP, but that's not going to matter up against the AWP Vayno, which he is currently encroaching upon. Goes flank, gets activated. Adrian attempts the same. Oh, this is sketchy. And Vayno will just see a pixel of Adrian's head and find the wall bank at 12 for Team Brute. Famous from Adrian baits out the spam from Seiko. It allows him to hone in on Seiko's location. So an opening pick. Dark Cloud looking to take us to overtime. Team Brute looking to take us to a third map. Team Brute going to be clearing out middle. They're falling back off of it. They're not actually making use of mid whatsoever. Warden sit and hold for this push. It's such a messy spray from Chudy. The MP9s can't get it done. Warden will find 2 kills before eventually being finished off. And Milky pulls the trigger too early. No discipline. Means he will be dispatched with no kills. Man advantage for Team Brute. Dark Cloud retaking in 2 players from Connector, but it's held by Vayno. Team Brute will be taking us to that third and final decider of Ancient. A bit of a brawl there, 13-11. The fact that Team Brute were able to get 6 on their CT side is quite unbelievable. On the CT side of Anubis. Even then... Dark Cloud, they had control of the economy. They won the pistol round on the second half. They were very dominant in those first few rounds in that second half, but eventually Team Brute found that winning formula and closed out their map pick of Anubis. But we are going to be going to Ancient next as the decider map, and that'll be coming up after a 10-minute break, so we will be right back, so don't go anywhere. We are live with the third map here in this decider match, the last map even of the group stage here between Brute and Dark Cloud Esports in Group C. Currently 1-1, obviously this is the decider map. Been a close affair on Dust 2 and Anubis, the two Sandy maps taking us 13-10 in Dark Cloud's favour on the first and 13-11 in Brute's favour on the second. It's been a very back and forth between both teams, but now we're moving on to Ancient. And again, to preface this series, this was also the opening matchup for Group C between Brute and DC Esports Dark Cloud. And that went to Dust 2 and Ancient. That was 2-0 to Dark Cloud. Dust 2 still went the way of Dark Cloud. This time, Ancient is the decider. And last time they faced, it was 13-10. So another close scoreline. 13-10 in favour of Dark Cloud, that is. So we've got to find out if this will be just as close. If not, who will win? Only time will tell. As we enter into the pistol round, we've got Dark Cloud starting on that T side, Team Brute on the CT. Now, last time, Dark Cloud were the ones on the CT side. They had themselves a 7-5 half in their favour. Now they're on the offensive side. Can have a couple dualies on Vano and Warden. It'll be a 2-3 split for Team Brute. Bomb to be planted along and short smoke. Dark Cloud yet to establish a formidable post plant, focusing heavy towards the back lane here. Judy finds the first kill, clean headshot on towards Vano. I think Dark Cloud don't have any extremities here. They're just going to get picked off. And the flank eventually comes in from Warden. It's now just Adrian left, and he's been absolutely dumped. I don't know what the intention is there for Dark Cloud. That's Counter-Strike 101. It's Ancient 101. Of having a post plant on taking the extremities. You can't defend that B site with just a slope. You have to have either cave or long and short control. Or at least cave or long. So, Dark Cloud fumbling that pistol round quite majestically, especially getting the opening, getting the bomb plant. They choose not to take cave, but then don't take long either. So, Team Brute, one round up, they're going to be taking a tactical pause. Dark Cloud are going to be forcing up here, and with the bomb plant, rather than going for the Galils, they're going to be going for Mac 10's majority. Tech 9 on Adrian still has 1,000 in the bank left to invest in utility if he so chooses. Dark Cloud are actually going to take mid control for free here, and not with too much pace. Being very quiet about it, and Darshville actually coming in from A main will get all that information. A 1-for-1. Warden will just play for A main control, dropping his own smoke to try and hold down, but overwhelmed another trade. 3 versus 3 as the bomb is planted. 30 seconds left on this bomb, and Team Brute need to get a shuffle on if they want to retake this site. Coming in through Temple. Smoking towards A main will block Milky out. Just going to spam here, try and make it uncomfortable. Try and divert the attention. Bomb will be stuck. A 5-second defuse. HE blows open the smoke, but Team Brute have found all the frags. still, another bomb plant for Dark Cloud means another force bite. As their loss bonus ticks up, they can afford rifles now this time. They accelerate in towards middle. Real Zen has had a very quiet best of 3 so far. Has missed a lot of key fights, a lot of easy fights too. Doesn't miss the first, but doesn't get away with it cleanly. Dashville will catch the regression in towards Red Room. Eventually is hunted down by Vano. Dark Cloud now need to accelerate up on towards this B-bomb site. In 3 versus 3, they'll take it. Sicko, the lone defender, will be flashed in towards long control. Dark Cloud, cave in their control. A 3-man retake coming in from the back lanes. Nuke still sitting on the back site. Pillow playing off Chudi's contact. Chudi will take first. The double swings come in. Dark Cloud play off each other quite well to find their first round and break the bank of Team Brute, more importantly. Team Brute may choose to go for a force buy here, considering Nikolai and Real Zen can afford rifles. Again, Dark Cloud to take middle without any resistance. Team Brute focusing towards the extremities here on this force buy. They're going to be pushing with the rifles towards both A main and the slope, but that push from the slope is so early. Why have they pushed then? Didn't need to. At the very least, Real Zen will come in on the flank. They'll try and give them an advantage. Sicko will deal with Milky. It's just Chudi now left in a 1 versus 3. And traded. Real Zen, a big triple kill there. But back to my point is, you've got 2 people who have pushed A main. They've cleared A main. A main is clear. You know you don't have middle. But those 2 players who've cleared A main have also cleared out elbow. Process of elimination, where do you think the T's are going to be? Heavy on lane, so why are you pushing 2 players down the lane where there could be 4 players waiting? If it wasn't for that flank from Real Zen, Team Brute almost throwing that round away. I mean, the push on the slope isn't bad. It's the timing of it. They went way too early. If they waited for the 2 players coming A main, I think it was Warden and Real Zen, to have cleared middle, to come in towards heaven, to activate, then they could have played up on towards the top of the slope, off of the contact from the initial flank. Sicko towards the cave. The MP9 will dance and take down 1 with him. Dark Cloud react off that pick to accelerate up the slope, but Adrian doesn't check his corners. The trading struggles. If it's not for the flash, Nami only good for 1. It leaves Milky 1 versus 3. This T side from Dark Cloud is looking quite sloppy. Coming to the later stages of this series. Milky locked in towards the cave, starts to shift out. Will finish off the low HP Nikolai, but that's when a Real Zen activates on the flank. Real Zen up to 6 and 2 now. Again, after such a despondent first 2 maps from him, Finding a lot of impact here on Ancient already. Dark Cloud will try and get aggressive in mid again. But Dashville will only find one. Dark Cloud don't have the facilities to react off that heavy mid hole to try and take A. So they freeze, they slow things down, and they honestly don't get anything off the back of that mid push from Dashville. Team Brute now just crunching in towards middle. Clean up duty. Nami will actually search and hunt. Has found a second kill here. Oh, that HE is filthy though. You won't find the headshot at range, not against the M4. So Team Brute march on to 5. Second tactical pause used from Team Brute. It's interesting. They're the ones in the lead, and they've used 2 already. Dark Cloud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they've used 1 yet. Mid hold from Team Brute is successful again. Dark Cloud can't seem to be putting any foot right at this point. It's looking very sort of, let's just say, timid. Versus 4, they'll try and fight out towards this A site, but again, Team Brute are just winning out every single fight that's being taken. At the very least, they're trading in their favour. Dashville on 4 HP in a 1v3. And again, it's just a simple trade. Team Brute just playing better CS objectively across the board here. Compared to Dark Cloud on Ancient. Dark Cloud's opening attempts seem to be limited to just rushing a player through the mid-smoke. There seems to be very little coordination from the poles. technical pause as we wait for Judy to get back into the server. At the moment, we may still be waiting for Dark Cloud to join the server. It's going to be made even harder now for Dark Cloud now that Inferno has got the AWP in hand. He's been hitting some stellar shots all series long with a sniper. Again, the opening attempt is boiled down to essentially a player just walking out mid. This time it's successful. Real Zen. Didn't quite land the mark. Good util usage from Nami. Softens him up, but Sicko just going to mow down two easy headshots. Dancing looking for the third, but Nikolai will give himself up to try and defend Sicko. And now start to accelerate towards heaven. Sicko, Milky down low. Warden spots the couple players accelerating in. Vano puts the AWP to good use. Still pick off one. Judy still alive, still a threat, but the health's so low on these Dark Cloud players. Sicko still searching, still a threat. It's now a 1 versus 2 for Milky. He's picked up the AK. I think he may have even had an AK to begin with, but holds an off angle towards CT. Oh, but Sicko, clean 4th headshot. On 1 point of health. Will secure Team Brute a 7th. Prevent Dark Cloud from finding their 2nd. And again, it's Team Brute taking the tactical pauses, not Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud are the ones who are needing some pauses at this rate. Still, with 4-round loss bonus and a bomb plant, Dark Cloud still able to invest, but still seeing the AKs, the Galil. Again, the fight in towards middle. Dark Cloud just bashing their head up against a brick wall. Feeding Real Zen, again, who was, like I said before, a real weak point for Team Brute in the last 2 maps. And Dark Cloud making him look indomitable. As he collects a quad kill, puts himself 13 and 5. And this time, Dark Cloud don't get a bomb plant to work with, so they are going to be ecoing. I say they're ecoing, but like, Nami's forced up, Darshfield's forced, Milky's forced, Judy's forced, but Adrian still has money left in the tank. Like, why? Is he wanting an AWP next round or something? Oh, Dark Cloud set themselves up for a bit of an A split here. They're going to take mid control. This time silently off the back of some early smokes. Get ready to pop. The flash is good. Real Zen fully blinded. But Warden will mow down 2. Nullifying any man advantage that Dark Cloud thought they could have. Bomb plant rushed. HE. Not enough to finish off Milky. I'll soften him up at the very least, but Darsheville gets picked off through the smoke by Sicko. It's going from bad to worse for Dark Cloud. Flash allows Team Brute out of Temple. Time ticking on this bomb. Smoke deployed. Army Milky, they'll find the frags. The firing squad established, not deterred. A simple flashbang into Donut would have been enough to put them off. But no, Dark Cloud are able to find their second. Finally, a change-up. Finally, they stopped just brute forcing it in towards middle. Inferno. It's going to be shutting down Dark Cloud here as they accelerate and towards B. They change the pace. They lose players in the process. Again, they just simply can't win any of these fights right now. I think it's Team Brute were working with a couple MP9s on this one. The MP9s reign supreme as Team Brute collect 9. Final round of the half. Dark Cloud getting desperate, but they will find an opening pick. Sicko now alone on this B site. Using the smoke at the top of the slope as cover. He'll actually hide inside it. Oh, wait, no, he's doing more than just hiding. He's just walking straight through. He'll give Dark Cloud free passage up on towards this B bomb site. Oh, no, still a threat. The retake simply not on for Team Brute. Dark Cloud shut them down with a advanced post plant, but a 9-3 half. I mean, it was 8-1. This is disastrous for Dark Cloud. Not looking like the team we saw in the last 2 maps at all. Second pistol round. Team Brute now just 4 rounds away from knocking out Dark Cloud. Got a double dualies set up. Judy with 1. Actually let them rip, but only good for 1. Might on some support coming in from Milky. They will at least secure an advantage. Despite forfeiting the bomb plant, but Dark Cloud actually going to be accelerating out of Temple here. And the Julie Starcherville comes sprinting through, but only good for 1 again. And they'll just go straight into Adrian. Some beautiful taps here on the CT side from him. Gives Dark Cloud the pistol round and control of the economy. Team Brute with the bomb plant still able to force by. They can wrangle back control here. Starting this one very slow. 1-3-1. Adrian clearing out elbow. Assistance of his teammate. They start searching towards middle, but so does Team Brute. Team Brute hopefully, or at least hoped, relied on Dark Cloud having fallen back off middle, moving into a more passive setup, but that hold grants them the first kill on towards Sicko. Brute shift into map control. We do eventually take mid, but there's 30 seconds left. A little bit of pressure in towards Donut to try and keep Dark Cloud honest. But at this late stage in the round, Dark Cloud aren't going to budge. They're not going to shift their setup. They know that they can't make it in time to help defend the opposing sites, so they'll stick to the ones they're on. Good spam from Real Zen. Softens up Nikolai. Adrian at least gets 1 through the edge of the smoke. Warden another, a 3 versus 3, bomb planted. Warden still fighting, firing headshots left, right and centre. A massive round from Warden. And Team Brute will secure 10. They'll steal this round away from Dark Cloud. All off the back of some beautiful shots from Warden. And again, as mentioned, control of the economy now in Team Brute's hands as they fully reset Dark Cloud, that $1,400 loss bonus. Oh, an absolute explosion at the bottom of the ramp there. The HE followed by Nami's 5-7, who seems to have a real good handle of that weapon. He'll get 3. This shuts down Team Brute. A minute on the clock. 2 versus 4. Round still not over. Real Zen in control of the bomb. Warden start making some noise on towards this A site to pull the rotation. It's been successful. Dark Cloud staying as a pack. So this is what Team Brute want, but at the same time, this is a good move from Dark Cloud. They can clear out that A site, maximizing that trade potential. The only way they lose this round is if they do not trade. So they're gonna stay grouped, stay as a pack, stay as a swarm. Look at that, they clear out the A site, they get back to B just in time. The AKs, Warden, still a threat. Oh my goodness, 3 sublime headshots in such quick succession off the back of the flash. Make it a quad kill. Warden pulling Team Brute over the line here on the T side. Team Brute just keeping it simple. A full execution on this A site. A flank coming in though from Adrian. Nice and early. Picks up the M4. Looking to do a bit more damage. Good for 1. Buys time and space. A distraction for these rifles, for these flank to come in. Team Brute just about staying afloat with the advantage. 2 versus 1. A little bit too much to be asked of Nami. Team Brute going to be finding a map point here. Just 1 round away from closing it out, and we've got a technical pause. For their sake, I hope it doesn't stall their momentum. Team Brute looking to finish this one with brute force. Brute by name, Brute by nature. They storm into mid-control and decimate Dark Cloud. Darshville, it's all that's left between the Dark Cloud and Dissipation. At least find Sicko. AK now picked up. Team Brute going to be disengaging, sprinting that bomb away. Inferno going to be hearing the steps on the A side, confirmation of the position. Real Zen rotate into that B side. They'll lock out the rotations. Warden a minute on the clock. Doesn't have to commit to either side just yet, but he will be heading towards B, which is secured under the watchful gaze of Real Zen. Again, had a stellar first half. It might be Vano to close this one out. Shadow spotted. Real Zen will find his 17th. A 13-4 domination there from Team Brute. Getting revenge on Dark Cloud from the opening game of this group stage. A 2-1 finish in this best of 3. Really well played from Team Brute in that 3rd map. A big switch on, but a bit of a switch off, I have to say, from Dark Cloud. Commiseration to them as they are eliminated. Team Brute through to the playoffs. That is the group stages concluded here at United21 Season 28. We can perhaps bring up the playoff bracket. We can see how the playoffs will continue following on from tomorrow. But other than that, I think... Let me have a look-see. Okay, there we go. Johnny Speeds, Devils 1, Kono, Brute, Inner Circle, Ents Academy, Cubics, and Adventurers. The 8 teams who are going to be fighting it off for that grand prize of $6,000 US for first place, 15 grand in total or 15 grand, 10 grand total. There we go. I just had to do the quick maths there. On as a prize pool here at United21. It's going to be a long day. It'll be a long day tomorrow as well, but make sure to tune in for that Counter-Strike tomorrow as the playoffs begin. That's all for now. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.